Welcome to the Colorado Scratch Classic Tour, the April edition, here at Holiday Lanes, Lakewood, Colorado. They're in practice, probably have around 2-3 minutes left in practice. We'll be getting started. Today's format is 7 games of qualifying, followed by semis to get us to our top 4 for match play bracket finals. Going to be bowling on Bear today. Which I do believe is 41 feet, 26 mils, somewhere around there, and 2.21 to 1 ratio. I'll get a roster here momentarily. Featured pair for today are going to be 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'll let you know who's on that pair when we get started. Again, we got about 2 minutes left in practice, so we'll be getting started momentarily.
Is your 2-minute warning for practice, 2-minute warning. Also, don't forget about your high gain pod. Last call for high gain pod.
There is 2 minutes left in practice.
Brackets start game
We'll be
2.
starting. Again, we're on Bear this month. 30 mils, 41 feet in distance, 2.29 to 1 ratio. Both 7 games of qualifying. Then we're going to cut to semis. They'll cut the field to the top 4 or top quarter. Do semis to get her to our 4-man bracket finals. So roughly about a minute left, and showtime will begin. Last few shots of practice here. We're getting started. Click on our pair just off the top there. You see Kevin Maloney, Johnson, Big E,
Hold up on your practice.
Greg Davies, Jeff Delaney, Shane Valente.
Hold up on your practice, please. Recycle those pincers to the #1 position. We'll get your color bars up here for scoring in just a second. Russ is removing all the folks that didn't check in. Also, once again, do not forget about
Looks like we have
your
Anthony
high game
Allen.
pot. This is the last call for high game pot. And you have until the second game to get in brackets. Brackets start the second game.
All right, looks like we're going to be underway here.
All right, as soon as you see those color bars come up, you're on for scoring. And if you're on a pair that's missing somebody, we'll have that fixed here in just a second.
All right, looks like Kevin Maloney's going to start us off. The absolute first ball going down the lane today. He leaves a 5'8", 5'9", looks like. Greg Davies on 3. Looks like Delaney will be up on 4. Johnson is bowled on 6. Johnson comes in, leaves a 2-10. Davies with a 6-10. Maloney does take care of the spare. Here's Delaney. Comes in a little short 2, leaves the bucket. 2, 4, 5, 8. Johnson gets 1. Allen does take care. He leaves just a 6-pin, it looks like. Davies did take care of a spare. Same with Delaney. Big E, Ernie. Goes in high, leaves the 3-6. Good spare there. Big washout there on 3. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. Strike there on 4. Wasn't extremely ecstatic about it, but they all did go down. Valente sends the messenger across. He strikes. Well, there's just notables I'm looking through the field. There's Stephen Kurtz, Chris Wosley, Felix and Zach Garcia, Zach Enders, Frank Cuccione, Isaac Hernandez, Ron Hostler, amongst many others. I'll get a roster here momentarily. Davies is up on 4. Leaves just a 4-pin. Maloney this time does open. 3, 6, 9, 10. Leaves 9. Ernie. There we go. And Delaney comes in high, loses 3-6, 7-10. Strike there on 6. Davies takes care of his spare. Delaney giving a ram, but leaves with an open. It was just a 7-pin. Shane Valente comes out with another strike for him. Gives him a double. Maloney comes in a little short. 1-2-4. Great shot there on 4. Here's Johnson on 6. He trips the 4. There it goes. Took a little while, but it did go down. Good spare there. Delaney. It's all of them to go there. Three, 10 there on 6 for the Big E. Good shot there on 5. Davies with a good shot there on 3. Spare converted on 6. Comes a little light there on 4, leaves just a 2-pin. Shane looking for the turkey. Gets that to go left. 3-9 for him. Loney labels that one. Good spread there on 4. Good spread there on 5. Takes care of the double wood. Johnson up on 5. Johnson again, 210. Davies up on 4. Gives himself a double. Delaney, good spare. Here we go. Johnson takes care of the 210. Comes in high there at 3-6. Solid 9-pin there on 3. He's going to spare there on 4. Shane leaves, looks like just an 8-pin. And open there on 5. Right, Davies looking for a turkey. Start off with spare, then give himself a double. Here's Maloney, is up on 5. He starts off with a spare, open spare strike. Gives himself a double. Davies has to get the turkey. Johnson with another 210. So he's left 3 210s. He's converted 1 out of the first 2. We'll see if his percentage goes up or down here. So on that one, he doesn't get any. The very first 210 he had, he got 1. Second one, he picked both of them up. Now this one, he gets 0 on the spare attempt. Delaney with a strike there. Fuente got that to be a little short. Leaves a 1-2-4. He started with a double, then a pair of spares. Then we have a 5-pin. 1-6. Davies will be up on 4, looking for a 4-bagger. Shane gets 2. There's that 5-pin converted. Davies does not get the 4-bagger. Leaves himself with a split. 6 counts it, so he's got the 2, 4, 8, 10. Johnson. Does not leave a 210. This time leaves a 1, 2, 4. Maloney with a nice strike there. Greg has an open air. Okay, Johnson does take care of his spare. Crossover strike there on 6. That was Anthony Allen. That one comes in high. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. On lane 4, Delaney looking to take care of his spare. Gets just 1. Ernie leaves just a 7 pin. And we're in game 1 of 7 of qualifying. Then we'll go to the semis. We'll take the top quarter, go to semis. Do believe semis is 3 games. I'll double check that. Then cut to the top 4 and do a bracket finals. And halfway through game 1, I'll be back in just a moment. All right, there's Delaney on 3. So a little light, leaves just 2 pin. It's Shane up on 5. Does take care of his spare. There's Maloney on 6. It's a strike there. Davies comes in a little light, 2-8 there. Maloney has found something. He's got 5 in a row. Delaney misses the 2-pin. Johnson leaves, looks like just a 4-pin. Okay, Greg Church there on 3. Johnson takes care of his spare. Good shot there on 6. And ring 10 on 4. The Big E leaves just a 6-pin. A good spread there for the Big E. Clearing some deadwood on 3. Here's Johnson up lane 6, 9th frame. He struggled a little bit this game. Said he has 3. He had 3 2-10s. This, he leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. Maloney breaks up the split. Gives himself just the 2, 4, 8 to pick up. There's Davies on 3. Crosses over, but he does strike. Let's see what Johnson does with this. Good strike there for Delaney. Johnson does not convert the spare. Maloney does take care of his spare. Rolls the 10. Good shot there on 4. All right, strike there on 6. Allen gets a strike. Davies, 10th frame. He backs out for 207. Leaves a 4-pin. Valenti looking for a double there on lane 5. Does a little split, 2, 4, 8, 10. Maloney looking to start his 10th frame. Starts with a strike. 2 more Maloney finishes 232. Delaney really struggled this game. It's Maloney looking for another one. Does get it. Davies did spare. Silver strike here, put him at 187. Does not strike. 8 counts, 185. Spare there for Delaney. Johnson, strike there. First ball in the 10th. Maloney looking for that 232. Does get it. So 232 for Maloney. Delaney strikes there, so he finishes 155. A little struggle, but 7 games. You got time to make it up. he even knows it's a tough start, but plenty of time. Johnson. 6'8", 10 for him. Or 6'9", 10, sorry. 2'8", 10 on 6 for Allen. Johnson does take over spare, puts him at 147. Allen opens in the 10th, 188. Uh, 10 pin there on 5. Valentier. There's just a 10 pin there. For the spare and strike, put him at 180. And the strike here, put him at 154. It does strike 154. Shane does get the strike there, puts him at 180. So game 1 is done. We'll be back with game 2 here momentarily. They come into our pair for game 2. Looks like we have Chris Wosley, Chad Schultz, Corey Ledette, Evan Kurtz. Great. And then I believe on 3 and 4 we should have JJ, Mike Vasquez, Chelsea, and Zach. We'll see when they get down this way. So again on 5 and 6 we have Wosley, Schultz, Ledette, and Evan Kurtz. Wosley's going to be your A bowler. Schultz will be C. B is Ledette, and Evan Kurtz is D. Nice shot there to start. Here comes JJ. Here comes Mike Vasquez. And the rest will be joining here momentarily. Chris Wosley is up on 6. He starts off with a strike as well. It's Evan Kurtz on 5. Sends a messenger across. Take out the 10. And Schultz. See if the whole pair can start with a strike. Steve Bodavinix in the house. We miss him every so often. He just shows up, wins tournaments, and goes away for a while.
Do what?
You show up, win, and then go away for a while.
I mean, I was in Oklahoma yesterday.
What was you doing in Oklahoma?
Drove 11 hours straight to get here.
There you go.
Literally all night, Frank and I. We bowled the regional down in.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
Yeah, got a senior check. And said, Frank,
Let's go.
no fucking sense staying here. Let's go bowl.
There you go.
You win 10 million once, you start talking shit to the counter, move your shit, what were you all angry about? I saw your bat got hooked. I saw it.
Looks like JJ's going to be your A bowler. Mike Vasquez, C bowler. B is Chelsea, and Zach Enders is D. Ledette looking for a double on 6. Gets it. Wosley's also looking for a double. Crosses over, leaves just a 3-pin. All right, first look at JJ. On 4. Doesn't like it. Gets 9 tripped out late. A little bit of tug action going there. Wosley takes care of his spare. There's Chelsea. Nice shot there. Schultz. So up with the spare, gets a strike second frame. Here's Vasquez, he's up on 4. Vasquez comes in a little light. Looks like he leaves just a 2-pin. Then we have Zach on 3. Nice shot there for Zach. There's another messenger for Lynette. He starts off with the front 3. Evan Kurtz is going to try to match. He'll be up on 5. Vasquez looking to take care of his spare. Does do that. Kurtz trips the 2 forward. But as a strike gives him a turkey to start the game. JJ. He starts off with a double. Wolseley started off with a strike spare strike, looking for a double. Needs a 9-pin. Chelsea looking to start off with a double. Leaves just a 7-pin. Wolseley unfortunately misses his 9-pin. Here's Vasquez on 3. Strikes there. Looking for a 4-bagger for Ledette on 6. As Chelsea takes care of her spare on 4. Sends another messenger. This time goes in front. So he leaves just a 10-pin. Schultz started up with a spare and a double. Comes in light. Leaves a 1, 2, 8. Spare there. Zach looking to start his game off with a double. Zach leaves just a 10-pin. Zach takes care of his 10-pin. Kurtz starts off with the front 4. Chelsea. Nice shot there. So Chelsea strike spare strike for her. JJ looking for 3 in a row. This time leaves just a 6-pin. Mr. Schaefer walking by, laughing. Must have started off great. Wosley strikes there. Zach is a little short. Yes, Karen, Chris Wosley. Wosley. There you go. Not Wosley, but Wosley. Kurtz lays a 9-pin. Zach Ender, 6 cover spare. Mike Vasquez looking for a double. Mike leaves a 5-pin. Kurtz takes care of his 9-pin. Here's JJ. Up on 3. It's a strike there. Vasquez to take care of a spare. Chris. Comes in. Big split there, actually. 4-7-9. Chelsea leaves just the, looks like a 2-5 there. Chris got the pin to come back up on the deck, but can't get it to knock it down. So he has an open. Vasquez with a nice strike there on 3. Nice. That's one way to strike there. Take it when you get it and run away as fast as you can. Here's Enders. Healy's a split. 210. Good spare there for Zach. Ladette on 5. Comes in light. Chelsea comes in a little light herself. Chelsea leaves just a 2-pin. Ladette 258. Here's JJ up on 4. Great shot there. Chelsea does cover her spare. Chris looking to take care of his spare. Does do that on 6. There's Vasquez on 4. Crosses over but does strike. So Vasquez gives himself a double. A little high there on 6, leaves it 3-6. Zach couldn't get that one to go. Leaves a partial bucket, 2-4-5. Kurtz leaves just a 10-pin there on 5. This is game 2 of 7. Here's Chelsea up on 4. Chris is going to be up on 5. Chelsea comes up a little short to 4-10. Actually, there's an 8 with it, so 2-4-8-10. Chris comes in high, 3-6. JJ. He comes in high, 3-10. Chelsea got it to go over there, but unfortunately does not get the spare. Ladette mixes it up and does get a strike there. And looks like JJ and Chris both open. Right there, the 1-2. Kurtz, lane 6. Strikes there. Vasquez comes up a little short, leaves just a 2-pin. Spare taken care of on 5. Vasquez does take care of a spare. Little light there on 6. 1, 2, 8. Comes a little high there. Take care of the spare. Fortunately, an open there. So with that open, Leggett strikes out in the 10th, gives him 203. So the best he can do is 203. Zach is up on 4. His 6th frame. Got that one to the right. 1, 2, 4, 7 for Zach. Kurtz just has a 2-pin. Here's Chelsea. She strikes there. Zach backs his way into a spare. There's JJ up on 4. It's 5 and 6 is getting ready to start their 10th frame. JJ with a nice strike there. Corey with a nice strike. His first ball in the 10th. Here's Chris. Gets the strike. First ball in the 10th as well. Vasquez is up in the 7th. Vasquez leaves just a 1, 2. Corey leaves just a 2-pin. With a spare, put him at 193. Chris with another nice shot there. Gives him the first 2 in the 10th. There's Enders. Corey does not take care of a spare, so he finishes 192. Chris with another one there. So he finishes off strong, gets himself to 159. Chelsea crosses over, but does strike, gives herself a double. Can't get it to go, leaves just an 8-pin there. On 5 for Shad. Evan Kurtz. He's got a 7-pin to take care of on 6. Does do that. Strikes here on his fill ball. He's going to have 215. Good spare there on 5. Sitting on 192 with a strike, put him at 202. Evan Kurtz, 9 counts, 214. Comes in high there, 610. So 200 even. So 3, 5, and 6 are done. 3 and 4 finishing up there in the 8th frame. Game 2 of 7. Vasquez opened in the 7th. Vasquez leaves a 10-pin. All right, Mr. Hernandez.
What's up there, Mr. Warner?
How's it going out there?
It's going pretty good. It's freaking warm in here, I'll tell you that right now. I don't think there's enough fans circulating in this place.
Gotcha.
I got a personal, but I don't feel like breaking it out yet. Got to save that battery.
There you go. Long term, long term.
Yeah. So how's it going?
Good. How's
Yeah.
the bear looking?
It's looking pretty good.
Bear treating you?
Yeah, he's pretty tame.
Yeah.
I went what did I shoot? 220, 200, so not too
Okay.
bad. There's definitely an OB out there.
Oh, I've seen some people hit that.
Yeah, I hit it a couple times both games, but just a little weird.
You just start waving.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like right when you let it go, you're like, yeah, that's probably a little too far right. She gone.
That is hilarious.
So, but other than that, I mean, it looks like everybody's doing pretty well from what I can see. People or players next to me to the left and right. So, I mean, I guess time will tell.
Scoring pace looks fairly, not super crazy.
No, I'm seeing. Well, it's hard to say because when we started out, I was the high with 220, and I think the next high was 190. So I don't know. It's hard to say. And then everything around me is kind of right around that same pace too. So
Yeah, it's here. In these pairs, I think the highest score I've seen is probably 220.
okay,
And it's been, there's a couple 2-0s there, 190s.
okay.
Who's that? That's Chelsea. She can strike out. Crosses over there. Unfortunately, does not.
Yeah, the Bears hooking quite a bit today. So
He's hooking with an OB.
yeah, it's interesting. So I think they're definitely going to open up. I just don't know how they're going to open up because it seems like they're already starting to do that. I started out at about 20 with my feet. Well, it was probably like 16, 12 to 8. And that went away, so I ended up moving almost an entire zone left. And it was okay for, I don't know, about 3/4 of the game, and I had to move a couple more. So I
Gotcha.
guess it just depends on where everybody's at, too.
True.
And then I had a couple of players before we even started. They're like, what are you going to hit your ball with? I was like, nothing. You don't need surface? I was like, I don't really think you're going to need it for this pattern. So,
There you go.
I mean, it's 31 mils, but it's only 41 feet. So,
True.
but either way. All right, we'll see you on turn.
You got it. Okay, scores after game 1. Corey Ledette was your leader, 245, along with Mike Chavez. Third is Kevin Maloney at 232. Nathan Sabato Trujillo's 228. Isaac Hernandez 226. Brian Montoya 224. along with JJ. Isaac Rose, 223. I think Isaac stole my pin. Zach Garcia, 223 as well. David Tolson, 218. That's your top 10. They're taking the top 17. It's going to be Mr. Schaefer right now. So the current cut is plus 205. So 205 to make it to semis. Plus 5. Also in the cut right now is Hartman, Steven Kurtz, Zach Sabato Trujillo, Ron Hostler, and Chelsea. Chelsea Tonsing. Just right outside is Robbie Marion, Noah Gallegos. Robbie was shot 204 game 1, Noah 202, Wayne Stock 200. Eric Cummings is 199, Larry Harper 196. Mike Vasquez 189, Eric Phillips 192, Felix 193. So after game 1, with 6 more to go, anybody's game still, or anybody's tournament. 245 was your high score again. And you had 2 people shoot that, Corey Ledette and Mike Chavez. JJ with a nice strike there. Mike Vasquez takes care of his spare. 10th frame here for 3 and 4. JJ can max out at 213. Chelsea opened in the 9th, so the best she could do is 177. There you go. Got it to fall late. She gets the first one in the 10th. JJ with the second one in his hand. Chelsea comes in a little light there. 1, 2, 4. So now she can max out at 167. JJ does strike out, puts himself at 213. Chelsea finishes 164. Vasquez, I believe, is on the left. If he strikes out, he'll finish at 204. Zach Enders, max 195. Here's Vasquez. Comes in high, breaks up the baby split, leaves just a 3-pin. Here's Zach. Gets the 10 go out late, but he does get it. So he gets the first one in the 10th. Vasquez does take care of his spare. So Vasquez with a strike here put him at 193. Here's Enders. Comes in high. Leaves just the 6-pin. Zach looking to take care of a spare. Does do that. Vasquez finishes 192. Enders 184. So game 2 is completed. Game 3 will be starting momentarily. We'll be back. Right, coming to our pair for game 3. Looks like on 3 and 4 we're going to have Donnie Manette, Frank Guccione, Zach Garcia, Brandon Knowles, and David Tolson. On 5 and 6, Rick Schaefer, Felix Garcia, Scott Hubert, Kyle Taylor, and Mike Riley. So should all be getting here momentarily. Looks like a lot of them are finishing up, and we'll be starting game 3 here shortly.
I haven't had their food in such a long time. I've been craving their breakfast. Craving.
All right, game 3 getting ready to get started. Again, coming to our pairs on 3 and 4, we have Donnie Manette. He's going to be your A bowler. Frank Guccione is your C. E is Zach Garcia. Brandon Knowles is going to be B, and D is David Tolson. 5 and 6, we have Rick Schaefer. He's your A bowler. C is Felix Garcia. E is Scott Hubert. Kyle Taylor is B, and Mike Riley is D. So pairs of 5s coming up. So it's taking a little longer for them to get down here. All right. Looks like they're all gathering around here, so they should be getting started here quickly. 5 and 6. They come up from 1 and 2. It looks like they've got Danker, Bowler in the 10th frame on each side, so I'll be here momentarily as well. Here's Donnie Manette. First ball, game 3. Starts off with a light 7-10. Brandon Knowles is up on 4. He leaves just a 10 pin. And we do only have the one channel going today. Working on the multiple channels here in the future. We just gotta figure out bandwidth and things of that nature. We do have a bonus channel here at the bottom for you for a couple other pairs. Brandon brings a pin out of the gutter, so it does take care of a spare. Donnie Manette got 1. Frank Guccione is up on 3. He gets a strike. Zach Garcia leaves 2-4-7. David Tolson is going to be up on 4. Mr. Tolson starts off with a strike. Gets Schaefer up on 5. He'll be your A bowler. Zach Garcia takes care of his spare. Schaefer starts off with a strike. Manette looking to bounce back from that 7-10 that he started with. He does get it. Kyle Taylor leaves a 4-pin. And Felix Garcia is up on 5. Felix with a nice shot there. He gets a strike. Brandon Knowles crosses over, leaves a 6-pin. Frank Guccione looking to start off with a double. Leaves just a 7-pin. Scores after 2. Your leader, Nathan Sabato Trio, start off with 228, and then game 2, 220, puts him at plus 48. Robbie Marion is in second at plus 39. Plus 37 features 3 players, Corey Ledette, Mike Chavez, and JJ. Two of them got there the same way, 245, 192 for both Corey Ledette and Mike Chavez. Did the exact same thing. Then JJ, in order for him to get to plus 37, shot 224 and then 213. Eric Phillips, plus 28. Scott Sloan, plus 27. Isaac Hernandez, plus 26. Plus 24 for Noah Gallegos. Kevin Hartman is 16 over. Steve Bonavidic shoots 231 to get him to 15 over. Larry Harper's plus 5, plus 1 for Brian. Wayne Stellick is even, along with Zach Sabato Trujillos. Ron Hostler is 1 under. Steve Gallegos is your current number. For the semis is -2. Stephen Gallegos is -2. Just outside is Philip Cook. And -1, -3 for Philip Cook. He's 1 back. -5 for Isaac Rose. Stephen Kurtz is -6. Brandon Knowles is -7. So on the pair in front of us, Brandon Knowles is -7. Also, we have down there, we have Felix Garcia. We have Zach Garcia, just seen his name too as well. Zach Garcia is -16. Felix is -41. Donnie Minette is -99 or 91. Mike Riley is -58. Rick Schaefer is -48. David Tolson, -35. There's Mike Riley up there on 5. Takes care of his spare. Scott Hubert unfortunately misses his spare on 6. Frank Caccione on 3. Does strike there. He's struck both times he's been on 3 and then spared when he was on 4. David Tolson started his game off with a strike and a spare. David leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Kyle Taylor's up on 6. He spared his first frame and then struck in the second.
You know that? That's what that was.
Zach leaves
Russ,
8.
don't like Russ.
Kyle gets a, it's a double.
Well, if you want a dumb one, what do you call 2 rabbits in a hat? Airtight. That's a Lucia joke.
That is a Lucia joke. There's a spare there. Felix gives him the front three, otherwise known as a turkey. Donnie Manette. He gets a strike. So he struck both times he's been on 4. Started the game with a 7-10. Nice strike there on 5. Again, we're in game 3 of 7, about halfway through. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, middle of game 3. Looks like Mike Riley just took care of his spare. We have Brandon Knowles on 3. Comes in high, 3-6-9-10. So Brandon struck in the 5th. Struck in the 3rd. There's Zach. Garcia leaves a nice 7-pin there. Very good ball. Just unfortunately didn't get all of them to go. Scott Hubert. There you go. That gets him a 4-bagger. Here's Schaefer. Leaves a 9-pin. Schaefer looking to go back spares. Garcia misses a 7. Kyle Taylor. All right, he gets him to go, gets himself a double. David Tolson up on 3. He struck in the 5th. This is his 6th frame. The ball comes up short, 1-2-10 for David. Garcia up on 5. Coming off the split conversion. Leaves a 9-pin. Tolson takes care of his washout. Mike Riley with a nice spare, or nice strike, sorry. It was so good he made the strike and spare 1 ball. All right, Hubert's up on 5. Trips to 2. Nice. I believe that gives him a 6-bagger. Nope, make it 5. Schaefer, 2-8-10. Here's Guccione looking for a double. 7th frame, lane 3. That one comes in high, 3-6-10. Kyle Taylor looking for a turkey. Kyle hits the OB and leaves the 1, 2, 4, 7. Tolson likes it. Gets a strike there. Frank opens there.
We are in
Intermission.
Guess who's back? Our friend Isaac is back.
Back again.
There you go. What'd you have? Game 3?
260.
260. That's high
Oh,
score.
267.
267. That's probably the high so far I've seen.
Cool. Now we're on intermission.
There we go.
We're following a group of 5, and when we got done, they were probably like 4th frame, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, this is something you don't see every day. I was talking about this earlier. They're both at plus 37. They both got there the exact same way, 245, 192.
Wow, that's interesting.
That is very interesting.
Now, can they pull the trifecta?
If it is, you might want to check how they're getting these scores, because then somebody's writing down the wrong score somewhere.
Yeah.
That's all.
That would be sweet to see. I mean, I think that would be cool to see a trifecta by 2 players.
How about all 7?
Well, yeah. Well,
What
that'd
would be
be
the odds of that?
that would be crazy, dude. I mean, game for game, that would be cool.
Yeah. Except for if you're that last guy, you're like, oh, you screwed it all up. There's Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Phoenix. Yep.
There's Schaefer. He's up on lane 5. Leaves a 5-pin.
Yep. So what I've been noticing with this pattern here is that you've got to get it going to the right, but you can't throw it to the right. And you want to try to let the lane take the ball, but you got to help the lane take the ball. Because if you miss it, then it's going to go Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. I mean, even though it's 41 feet, 30-plus mils in the middle, the ball just hooks regardless. So it's very interesting. So
There's a definite out of bounds.
yeah, it's weird. It's the opposite effect, So he owes me a drink now. I got my hand up.
Exactly.
So, and it's weird because you got that out of bounds at around 8, 9. But if you get to it early, it's gone. But if you get to it late, it's gone. There's like a certain spot in the lanes that you have to hit that spot, but the ball's got to be going towards the right or to the left. I'm sorry, starting to process to the left. So, because if it's not, then yeah, you're in trouble. So
There's Frank.
oh,
There we go.
interesting. So, all right, I think
I don't think he's banking on that to strike
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah.
All right, get back to work.
I don't know if I would move off of that, but it's hard to move off of strikes like that because the minute you do, you're sticking something.
You got it.
And it's like you just stay with it until it leaves you nothing, and then make a move. So, or what could he have left, like a 2-8-10 or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah. So if he would have left that, then definitely make a move.
Yeah, no doubt.
So.
No doubt. Yeah.
Speaking of a 2-8-10 story, I got one. So I bowled last week, right? The Loveland Masters, I believe it was. So I didn't start off too well. The first game, I go like spare, 2-8-10, 2-8-10, spare, strike, 2-8-10. I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. And then I left the 2-8-10 again on like my 4th or 5th one. I don't remember how many I said, but I ended up getting it. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And I told the guys, I was like, you leave it enough, you're gonna get it. At one point.
You would hope. Because even here on game 1, Anton Johnson, he went 2-8-10, spare, 2-8-10, spare, 2-8-10.
Oh, wow.
Every time, 3 times in a row on 6.
Wow. And he didn't come
made
close.
one. He didn't
make it?
So the first one, he got 1.
Okay.
Second one, he picked it up.
Oh,
Third one,
nice.
he got none.
Oh, wow.
So he covered all
He caught 'em
facets
all.
of it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's crazy. That's pretty cool, though. So, all right.
You consider that cool? Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see where we're at. Game 4, so I'll be on 1 and 2, game 5. So
Gotcha.
we'll be back.
Absolutely. There's Noah. There he goes. He's coming to the pair soon. Brandon Knowles leaves a 4-8. So we're getting close to the finish line. Game 3. Another strike there for Hubert. Knowles takes care of his spare. There's Schaefer. He gets a strike. Start his 10th. 2 more for Schaefer puts him at 223. Even with the 2 opens that he had in the 8th and 9th. Kyle gets the first one in the 10th. Here's Schaefer. That one does not strike. Gets a 5 count there. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. There's Kyle. He gets a strike. So Kyle with another one puts him at 230. Schaefer gets 3 out of 5. So Schaefer finishes at 211. Taylor crosses over. 9 counts, puts him at 229. Garcia, his first ball in the 10th. He can max out at 215. Unfortunately, it's a 4-5. Yeah. Here's Riley. He's on a double going into the 10th. He's a 4-6. So that kind of hurts, but he is plus. Felix gets 1. So Garcia finishes at 192. Dynamite finished at 148 on 3 and 4. Here's Riley. Gets 1. Puts him at 214. Brandon Knowles finished 194. Tolson leaves just a 10 pin there. Frank gets a strike. 2 more puts him at 170. Tolson's up on 3 to start his 10th frame. Hubert takes care of his spare. Tolson. Uses 7 count. 1, 2, 8 for him. Hubert with a strike on 6 will put him at 247. Bert 8 counts, 245 for him. Great game. It's going to move him up the ladder. All right, front finishes at 166. Tolson takes care of his spare. If he can strike here, put him at 190. Zach Garcia gets 237. So Tolson finishes 188. Zach leaves the 1, 2, 5. Now let's take care of the spare. Strike here, put him at 214. Zach Garcia finishes with 6 count, puts him at 210. So game 3 is done.
That was better. Better than 130.
Looks like coming in at 5 and 6. For game 4, we got Brian, Cody Vaughn, Zach, Sabato Trujillo, Heath Schwartz, and Mike Diaz. Coming in 3 and 4, we're going to have Justin Dave, Ron Hostler, Scott Sloan, Noah Gagos. All right, game 4 is underway. Good shot there on 5. Heath Schwartz is going to be up on 6. Got Scott Sloan is going to be on 3. Game 3 results. Your leader, Nathan Sabato Trujillo, 228, 220, 267 will put you at 115 over. Isaac Hernandez is in second. He shot 267 as well. Game 3, he is plus 93. Scott Sloan, who is on our pair in front of us, Shot 220 in the last game to put him at plus 47. Kevin Hartman is at plus 40, plus 37. Eric Phillips, Robbie Marion's plus 30, along with Steve Bodovinik and JJ. All of those three are all at plus 30. Steven Gallegos, plus 23. Noah is right behind him at plus 21. Corey Ledet, plus 16. Scott Roskelley is plus 8. Mike Chavez is 3 over. Stephen Kurtz, 2 over. Zach Garcia is minus 6. Minus 8 for Greg Davies. And minus 10 is your number. Zach Cook is the cut at minus 10. Brandon Knowles is just behind him at minus 13. Ron Hostler is minus 16. He is on a pair of rumbas as well. Zach Sabatos Trujillo is minus 19. Mike Vasquez minus 24. So the only person only pair of people running away with it at the current moment is Nathan Sabato Trujillo and Isaac Hernandez. Both of them have bowled very well. Plus 115 and plus 93. As for the two that were matching each other, Mike Chavez and Corey Ledet. Corey game 3 shot 179 and Chavez shot 166. So not matching each other anymore. And game 4 underway. I'll be back in just a moment. 19th Schwartz up on 6. Justin opens on 4. Schwartz leaves the 1, 2, 4, 8, 10. And Mr. Hostler starts off with a double. He's up in the 3rd on lane 4, looking for 3 in a row to start. Hostler leaves a 2-pin. Got Diaz up on 6. Mike's Diaz started off with 2 spares and a strike. Looking for a double. He's got it.
That's without his 10 or with that's his 10. So we have 3 more. But no, we have 41. We have 1, 2, 8. Right. They're on the board of the season.
Cody Vaughn unfortunately misses his spare.
So Noah was in 42 and 41. So he 43 and 41. We owe him $80 back. Yeah, 43.
Scott Sloan is up on 4. Sloan with the strike there. Zach Sabato Trujillos leaves a 4-pin. There's Noah Gigos. Lane 4. It's a big strike there. Ron Hostler on 3. Gets a strike there. Cody Vaughn's going to be up on 6. Cody leaves just a 10-pin. Keith Schwartz on 5. Crosses over, leaves a 9-pin. Scott Sloan's going to be up on 3. Scott started out the game with a strike, spare, double. This time he leaves a 9-pin. Zach Sabato Trujillos with a nice strike there. Here's Diaz up on 5. Diaz leaves the 2-4. Here's Hostler on 4. He leaves the 1-4-7. Very interesting. Noah. Strike there. Gives Noah 3 in a row. Hostler has an open there. Good shot there on 3. It's Justin Doe. Takes care of spread there on 5. Here's Sloan. He's up on lane 4, 6 frame. Strike spare, double spare. Trip 4. Diaz with a strike there. On 6, Cody Vaughn is going to be up on 5. He had back-to-back, or 3 opens in a row. Breaks up the split, leaves just a 2-pin. There's Noah on 4. Noah has 4 in a row. Started up strike spare and then ran the next 4. Hostler up on 3. He leaves a 7-pin. There's Justin on 4. Breaks everything up. Ends up with a strike. Cody Vaughn comes in light, leaves a 1-2. Heath Schwartz coming off back-to-back spares. Crosses over. Gets a strike. Vaughn does take care of his spare. Diaz up. 7th frame. Lane 5. Gives himself a double. Slow and loose, just a 3-pin. Cody Vaughn's up on 5. Leaves a 3-pin. He's shorts with a nice shot there. Well, you're flying through these games.
Yeah, I just realized that. I told the guys, I was like, look, hey, you guys bowl at your pace. I'm going to take like an extra 20 minutes in between shots because this is ridiculous. So.
You guys are 4 or 5? You guys are 4.
3 and 4.
I mean,
Oh,
4.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
So, interesting game I had. So.
What'd you have there?
I had a 203, but it was interesting.
Okay.
So, I get up there on the first shot, stick like you've nobody's business, so, and I leave a 1-2. I'm like, okay, whatever.
It's makeable.
Yeah. So I get up there. I was like, knowing I'm going to stick. I stick again, tug it, got the 2-pin only. So I went 8-1. I'm like, whatever. So then I go to the other lane. I'm like, okay, let's play this a little cautious because it might be a little sticky. It was. Went through the face, left a 3-10. Like, okay, cool. Get the 3 only. I'm like, all right, whatever. So go back to the right lane, knowing that I'm going to stick. So I go up there, throw the shot. My footwork was good. My slide was good. I tugged it anyway. 3-10.
There you go.
Okay. Then I got the 10 only off that one. I'm like, all right. So my first 3 frames are 8-1, 8-1, 8-1.
And you're jinxing everybody here. You come over here and I see see 5 pins all of a sudden.
Well, 5 pins are better than 3-10s. So.
That's true.
And then I throw 4 in a row, leave a 3-10, cover it, punch out for 203.
Okay.
So it was kind of crazy, interesting. But overall, I think it's pretty cool.
Ooh.
So it doesn't look any better over here, huh?
No.
That's not good.
Well, Noah's doing very well, and Scott Hubert on the game before this one shot 240 on 5 and 6.
Where are they at? Is Noah right here?
Noah's on 3 and 4.
Okay. Letter D, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sloan with a nice strike there.
Has he moved in yet, or is he still playing the outside line?
Who, Noah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's in.
Okay. Because I know he started to the right. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
He's about where I'm at. Yeah.
He's about where his dad's playing.
Yeah. Pun intended.
Now, Steve was coming over here talking to me. He's like, hey, I like when I had to play in sometimes, it gives me a different look, blah, blah, blah. He said, yeah, so I'm on 10 now. I said, okay. He said, I get it. Left-hander, it's not that deep, but for me, that's deep. I was like, all right, gotcha.
Starting to trickle a little bit of nosebleed going on.
Exactly.
Get the tissue out.
All right, here's Mike on 5. Let's see how deep he is.
It's about it's about 17 at the arrows.
There you go.
What was that, like 17 out to, maybe 12, 13?
Exactly. Hostler's, he's out.
Staying right.
Yep.
Or staying left.
Exactly. Your natural instincts to say right.
Yeah.
But yes, he is staying left. Cody Vaughn with the strike there. Good shot there on 4 for Justin.
Light 8.
And it was light 8. Zach. You might want to see where his brother's playing and play there because Nathan's having a field day out there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's about normal. I would say, as far as lines being played.
When his brother Nathan is leading. He's plus 115.
After 3?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
He went 228, 220, 267.
Oh, so
You
we're
matched your
tied.
last game.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I guess I ain't winning a high game there. Just my luck.
He's Schwartz. Nice.
So that means if I shoot 300, I probably still wouldn't win a high game.
Probably
Somebody-
tie.
Yeah. Probably tie
Ooh.
because somebody will tie.
Sloan comes up short there. 1-2-10.
Interesting.
Speaking of short, he leaves a 1-2. You can get short on this real easy. There's another 1-2 on lane 2.
Yeah. It's interesting.
So Schwartz can finish at 210.
Okay.
Sloan gets 2. So
That's a strike for Schwartz. He's already in the 2-0s.
yes.
Let's see, Hostler. That's a better shot.
Does get that one. Vaughn can finish out at 191 with all 3 of these. That's a pretty good save, actually.
Yeah.
There you go. And that helps. Noah. Strikes there.
Yeah, I know. That was a little wide, but good deflection.
Yeah.
Where's he at anyway? Standing.
Noah, he was right behind his dad, I do
Oh, there he
believe.
is.
Yep. Plus 21.
So he's going to shoot 90, 20, 50. That put him up in the 70, 80 range.
Yep. He's coming. I think you'll pass your dad this game.
He's like, no problem. That's awesome.
Here's Justin.
Oof.
Ooh, leaves a bucket. Here's Diaz. So Mike can finish at 34, right? He escaped with that one. That's
Let's see. Oh, 4. Yeah, he can go 34.
so
the next
that was the break you need right there. That one went sideways.
Yeah. How far is he at? Where's he at?
Diaz is. Where'd he go? I just seen him not too long ago.
Oh, there he is. Right there where your finger's at. Oh,
Oh, so minus
7.
37.
37. Okay. Well, that'll get
Oh,
him to
get
even.
minus 7. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's a massive win.
Take that all day.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because I had a conversation with somebody, was it last weekend, I think it was, about being too far in the hole. Oh, wow. That ball deflected so much and left a 5-10, but the messenger got the 5 out.
Jeez.
Yeah. About being in the hole, you know, and talking about the mental game, because that's just what I do with players is talk about their mental game. And it's like, you know, guys, it's okay to be 40, 50, 60, 70 pins down because you can make that up in a game or 2.
Yep.
It's hard to make up 80, 90, 100 pins because it might take you 3 or 4 games to do that. I was like, you're never out. You know, if you're minus 40 and you got a 270 look, get your 240, call it good. You're at 0, start over.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's amazing how some players are just like, well, you know, I've never really thought about it like that. I was like, well, yeah. I mean, you got to think of it in a positive way, you know. So it's not like you're out of the game.
Correct.
So
I always just look at it as what realistically can I do to still be there.
yeah,
Now, if you're 100 down with 1 game to go, you got to shoot 300. Is it possible? Yes, but
Yeah,
it's
the chances are slim.
slim, exactly.
Very, very slim, and not to discredit anybody from the ability, but
it's hard.
yes, very, very hard.
So Sloan doubles in the 10th. One more puts him at 207. Diaz finished at 223. Yes. And Zach Sabatos, he takes care of his spare, so he can finish 213.
Yep.
Hostler can get this, what? He can get to 09. Or no, he's 7 counted in the 10th.
Oh, yeah. So he's going to do, let's see, what is that, 60? He can do 180.
Yep.
Ish.
Sloan finishes that up 207, so he's going positive 7. And at this point, the way the scoring pace is, any positive is a win.
Yeah.
It's a massive win. So
Yeah, and I'm almost to the ball return already, so now I got to figure out how to get the ball to go right and still recover down lane. I'm not trying to get in front of the ball return yet.
exactly.
Can I? Yes. Am I effective at it? Somewhat. So.
All right, after 4.
Nope, still 3.
Oh, that is 3. We just updated my colors. Good job.
Up colors and cut.
There you go.
Nice.
Noah, he sent that one wide. So he leaves 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8. 1, 2, 4, 8. There you
Yep.
go.
There we go. It's been a while, huh?
Some of these leaves, when they go right, it gets a
Yeah.
little interesting.
Yeah, I've been seeing some weird leaves today too. So I've seen the 1, 5, 10 about 4 or 5 times already.
It's never good.
No. Oh,
Oof.
that's
So open in the 10th for Noah.
That's
So
216,
221.
221, yeah.
So he turned 240, 250 into 221 with an open in the 10th.
Yeah.
The good and the bad. I mean,
Yeah.
221's not going to hurt you, but you knew you had a lot more.
Yeah.
So game 4 is in the books. Heading into game 5, we'll be starting here momentarily. We come into our pair for Game 5. On 3 and 4, A bowler is Eric Phillips. C is Ron Isaac Hernandez. B is Scott Ross Kelly, and Mark H. Jr. is D. So those players are on 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Kayla Stadler is your A bowler. C is Steve Bodovinik. B is Steve Gallegos, and D is Brian Montoya. Steve right there with a nice strike. Here's Yates Jr. That one got away from him a little bit. But the old adage, if you're going to open early. Brian Montoya with the strike. Steve Bodovinik up on 6. Started with an open, frame 1. Gets a strike in frame 2. Kayla Stadler crosses over a little bit. So she started with an open, a spare, and now an 8 count. We have Steve Gallegos on 6. He started with a double. Phillips on 4 started with a strike. Crosses over and gives himself a double. Gallegos looking for 3. Leaves just a 2-pin. Isaac Hernandez. Lane 4. Second frame.
Yeah, that's one of the options on the national website. Nice.
Here's Bodovinik up lane 5, looking for a double. Isaac did strike for his second ball. Steve does get that strike. All right, this is game 5 of 7. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, we have standings after 4. Your leader remains one Nathan Sabato Trujillo, shot 209 that game. Still at 124 over. Isaac Hernandez with a 203 puts him at plus 96. He is in second. Steven Gallegos. We thought that Noah was going to pass him, but Steven decided he's going to shoot 248 to get himself into third place. Eric Phillips fourth. Scott Sloan fifth. Noah Gallegos sixth. JJ seventh. Corey Ledet eighth. Ninth is Zach Cook. 10th is Steve Bonavic, who shot 184 that game to put him at plus 14. Current cut is Steven Kurtz at minus 18. Also in the cut is Robbie Marion, Larry Harper, Mike Chavez, Kevin Hartman, Mike Diaz with that 223, and Zach Sabato Trujillo, 210, put him into the cut as well. Just outside the cut is Heath Schwartz, Rick Schaefer, Scott Ross Kelly, Greg Davies, Brian Mitchell, Mike Vasquez. They're all within striking range, within 20 or less of the number. So it's still a lot of people can get there. Again, this is 7 games of qualifying. I'll cut to the top quarter, which is 17, and then do semis. 3 games of semis to get our top 4, and then we'll do a bracket finals, 1 versus 4. 2 and 3 will bowl each other. The winners of those 2 matches will bowl for the championship. There's Steven Gallegos there on lane 5. He is your current player in the third. Strikes there. There's Isaac Hernandez. He's currently in second. Ross Kelly. Up on 3. Strikes there. 6th. Gives him 5 in a row. Start with a spare. Then ran the next 5. Ross Kelly's just outside the cut. He, before this game, was a minus 28. So at the pace he's going, he's going to make that stagger up really quick. Brian Montoya on lane 5 leaves the, it looks like the 1. What's he got up there? 1.579. Not something you see every day, that's for sure. Steve Bonavic with a strike there. Isaac Hernandez looking for a turkey. .210 or 2.810. Brian takes care of the spare. It's impressive. Here's Isaac shooting his split. Gets the 2.8, leaves the 10. Steven Gallegos is up on 6. He's looking for a double. Crosses over. Looks like 5.8. Kayla leaves at 3-6-10. Ross Kelly looking for 6 in a row. Does have that. We have 2 more games after this. Then we'll head into semis. Here's Montoya up on 6. See who leaves as an encore for that last frame. Gets a strike there. Hernandez comes in high, leaves just a 6-pin. Yates makes a spare. Bodovinik looking for a double. Puts 10 back there. There's Steven, or otherwise known as Steve Gallegos. Leaves a 7-pin. Isaac takes care of his spare. Phillips, lane 4. Has a 4-bagger. Steve takes care of his 7. Super proud of himself. Ross Kelly leads a 4-pin, comes in high. So he will be positive. It's just a matter of how much, because he's sitting on 190. 199 with a spare and the 8th on a spare. So he does take care of the spare. There's Montoya. Gets a strike there. Ryan has 2 in a row. Yates leaves a 10-pin. Here's Isaac. Isaac with a nice strike there. Kayla leaves just a 9-pin. Steve with a strike there. Phillips. Make that 5 in a row for him. Ross Kelly bounces back with the strike. Bottom with a strike there. As we head into the 10th on 5 and 6. Lexi Montoya has finished his 9th frame. But Gallegos will start his 10th. Isaac strikes in his 9th. Gallegos leaves a 4-pin. Montoya takes care of his spare. Steve takes care of his spare. Steve strikes in his fill ball, put him at 196. First strike in the 10th for Ross Kelly. Phillips looking to do the same. Phillips leaves just, is that 3-9? That is a 3-9. Ross Kelly with the second one in the 10th. One more puts him at 269. Phillips unfortunately opens in the 10th, so he finishes at 230. Good game, but kind of hurts a little bit with the open in the 10th. Gallegos does strike, puts him at 196. $268 for Ross Kelly. Bonovinik up on 6. Leaves a big 4. Isaac leaves a 9-pin. Montoya leaves the bucket. Steve will take 2. 2 is 4 in that scenario because he's working on a strike. Finishes at 206. Isaac converts his spare. The strike will put him at 213. And Montoya opens in the 10th. So he finishes at 190. Isaac's going with a ball change. On his fill shot. There's a 6 count, puts him at 209. So game 5 completed. Game 6 coming up. Coming to their pairs for game 6. Will be on 3 and 4. Brian Mitchell is your A bowler. Larry Harper C. Wayne Stellick is B. Kevin Hartman is D. Then on 5 and 6, Scott Stellick is A. Travis Schneider is C. David Gunderson is B. And Chris Birch is D. So that's our players for game 6. Be underway here momentarily. All right, game 6 underway. Scott Stellick. Nice strike there in lane 5. Got Mitchell up on 3, and Wayne Stellick will be up on 4. Chris Birch just went on 6. Nice shot there for Mitchell. Wayne Stellick. Gets a strike as well. All right, halfway through game 6. Yeah, Kevin Hartman on 3. It's a nice strike there. Went 4 and 4 last frame. Chris Birch on 6. Gets 1. Larry Harper on 4. Does make his spare. Schneider. It's his spare. So Stellick will be up on 6. Stellick start up with strike.
Still not up.
Spare. Actually, Stellick would strike, gutter, spare, 4-bagger. So he could have easily had the front 6. This one crosses over a little bit. Gives himself a 3-pin. Scott gets a 9 count as well. Gunderson. Struck on 5. Larry Harper leaves himself a 9-pin. Stellick takes care of his spare. Larry Harper. Takes care of his spare. Schneider on 6 with a nice strike there. Chris Birch. And Kevin Hartman's up on 4. Can he get 2? Let's have a double. Gunderson leaves the 1-9. Wayne Stellick leaves a 5-pin. Scott does strike. So Scott Stellick's putting together a nice game. Mitchell looking for a turkey. Does get it. Gunderson takes care of his spare. Snyder leaves just an 8-pin. We got a missing ball somewhere on 7 and 8. Larry Harper. Makes his spare. Kevin Hartman leaves the elusive 1-5. So Hartman does get 1. He gets the 5, leaves just the 1. Five and 6, getting close to crunch time. They're finishing up the 9th. Mitchell, nice shot there, gives him a 4-bagger. Gunderson with a strike there on 5 for the foundation frame for him. Snyder also strikes. Hartman, no 1-5 there. Birch comes in high, 3, 9, 10. Stellick leaves at 3, 6, 10. After 5, we have some standings. Our leader still is 1, Nathan Sabato Trujillo. Shot 204 that game, 128 over. Isaac Hernandez remains in second, but has closed the gap. He is 105 over. He shot 209. Eric Phillips, 230, puts him in third. Fourth, JJ, shot 235, puts him at plus 74. Fifth, Scott Sloan. Sixth, Stephen Gallegos. Seventh, Noah Gallegos. 8th, Larry Harper. Corey Ledette's 9th, and 10th is Zach Cook. Current cut is Scott Hubert at minus 18. So minus 18, it looks like your unofficial cut number right now. Here's Harper. I'm sorry, Kevin Hartman with a strike there. Mitchell opens there in the 9th, but he is sitting on 215. So he's going to have a plus number. Mr. Hernandez is back. Just waiting on them to fish out some balls.
Yeah, looks like we got a couple pair that are
back to back. That's another anomaly.
Yeah, missing some equipment there. So I was telling him, I was like, there's probably a pin stuck somewhere.
If it's made, if the ball made up that far, it's got something's got to stop it, and that would be a pin.
Yeah. So Hopefully he found any. I think he put a stick down there too. I don't know what the stick was going to do, but the only other thing I was curious about too was hopefully the ball didn't jump track.
Oh no.
Yeah, that would not be
Yeah,
good.
then you'll never find that ball again in your life.
Well, you will, like 10 lanes down,
No,
if it makes it that far.
or when you get new lanes.
Yeah.
One of the two. Like, hey, here's that ball we were looking for.
So what does the Hells do in a situation like that if they lose a ball?
Just replace it.
I guess.
Mr. Harper, it's a 2-8.
That's awesome.
That would suck if it was your favorite ball and it just got discontinued or has been discontinued for a little bit. So you can't get the same thing again.
Right. Yeah, that would be awful.
Oh, especially if it was like that one ball you had that you go to for, like if it's super, super dry or something, you're like, okay, the most ball won't do much of anything.
Right.
But it always hits when I need it to hit.
Come on, pull out that pin.
It's getting close. Nope, get the flashlight out again.
No, the phone. I was telling Rosa, I was like, man, what are these kids nowadays? Like, why don't you just carry a flashlight instead of your phone? I mean, I get it, but.
I think we have a winner.
Let's see, come on.
Better put his head down in there. Let's see what he can find.
All right,
Oh.
we got 3 now.
Yeah,
Okay.
here comes
Derek.
Derek's coming.
Oh, he stepped right on my brake zone. Oh, no.
Exactly.
Just play it.
People get themselves worked up about something, aren't they? You're like, all that's going to do is help you down there.
Well, I don't need. Well, okay, you're right. You're right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Or very bad. One of the,
Hey,
one of
hey.
the-
And have a beverage as well,
There
too.
you go. The trifecta. So Stellick leaves the 4-6-7. He's going to open in the 10th. So Bessie's going to choose 183, barring him making a spare. Mitchell has put together a pretty good game.
Nice.
245.
Still,
Oh, there's the ball.
there's one. Is it chewed up?
No. Looks good.
I hope it's not mine.
Is that your lane?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? Let me go look, because that looked like mine.
There you go. All right. There's Mitchell. Does finish 245. Great game. Was it yours?
No, mine was up here. That
so-
was Ross Kelly's, but I don't think there was anything down there. They said the no pin or nothing, so that's not good. I didn't see any ball damage to anything, so I don't know what that means. The only other thing I can think of was maybe some of that track came off the rail,
Yeah.
that rubber stuff or whatever it is. I don't know. Or that's how much friction is on the lanes that it's slowing them down in the in the subway.
Yeah, that's a lot of friction there.
Just saying.
Well, I think we got 5 and 6 solved as well.
Yeah, I think it was the same issue with them. So no pin, no nothing, but that's interesting. Well, it's the first for everything, I guess.
There is.
I guess we'll find out when we throw a couple more balls and see what happens.
What frame are you guys in?
Barely the second.
Up game 6?
No, we actually,
Freaking ran back to me when I went up. Like,
yeah, we just barely finished one frame.
Up 6?
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys are really going to be behind.
Yeah. That's affirmative.
two. They got two. They found two. They found two right here.
Okay.
So not very too bad.
Interesting. So yeah, we'll probably be delayed. That's a delay. We're taking a delay, as they call it.
Like when you think you're that. Like, I hate it when you think you're good.
Yeah. All right. He's got his stick.
Might have to move the stick over to 5 and 6. Nope, there goes the ball back. All right, looks like we have winners there.
Winner, chicken dinners.
He's going to do some score corrections and ready to roll.
All right. Let's go have some fun.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, and you got Robbie and I on pair too. So I need to chat.
There you go. All right. Getting done with game 6, heading into game 7. We are off the rain delay. Now we are back. Kevin Hartman's going to be up on 4. Chris Birch is on 5. Chris Birch does take care of his spare. Hartman leaves a 2-pin. Stellick leaves a 210. Hartman takes care of his spare. Stellick gets 1, so he opens the 10th to 06.
3, 6, 9, 10.
Hartman with a strike here puts him at 185. Doesn't get the strike, gets 7 counts. So 182 for him. Game 7. Coming to 3 and 4. It's going to be Eric Cummings, Stephen Kurtz, Robbie Marion, Mike Chavez. Here's Snyder on 5. He finishes 187. And Birch finishes his 10th frame. Spare there for Chris. Game 6 done. Heading into game 7. It's the last game of qualifying. And we'll cut to our top 17 for our semis. Pull 3 more games, then we'll get to our top 4 for our bracket finals. Stephen Kurtz starts off with a strike as well. There's Mike Chavez on lane 4. Taking care of his spare.
They took bowling off to put NASCAR on freaking Fox because they had a breakdown.
Yeah, exactly.
So we didn't get to see who won. We didn't get to see who won. So now I've been looking at it and I asked. So I asked Mike Wilson who run. He hasn't said nothing yet. So
It's an epidemic in bowling right now. Balls are getting stuck everywhere, even on TV. All right, Marion crosses over. This is 310. So game 7 getting ready to get underway. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, game 7. 3 and 4. Looks like we're in the 9th frame. 5 and 6, a little bit behind there in the 5th frame. Eric Cummings with a 6-7-10. Give it a run. This gets the 6-7. So he leaves the 7. Gets the 6 and the 10. Stephen Kurtz will be up on 3. Stephen did strike on his last shot in the 8th frame. Last time he was on 3, he did split. It's a strike there. Mike Chavez up on 4. He struck as well in the 8th frame. Crosses over, leaves just a 3-pin. Robbie Marion's going to start his 10th frame. Chavez takes care of his spare. Marion did strike his first ball in the 10th. Gets the second one in the 10th. So Marion can finish at 183. Lane 5, Isaac Rose catches a break and strikes there. Robbie Marion does strike on his fill ball, gives himself 183. Chavez with a strike there. Chavez gonna max out at 174. Stephen Kurtz, 223 still on the table for him. Nice break there. Crosses over on his last shot. So 173 for Chavez. Kurtz, 10th frame, lane 4. Gets the first one in 10th. And we have standings after game 6. We have a new leader. As Kurtz gets another strike there. Eric Phillips is your new leader. Shot 236 last game. Put himself at 130 over. Right behind him is Nathan Sabato Trujillo. Shot 200 even. Kept him at 128 over. Isaac Hernandez, 199. Dropped back. 104 over. 101 over is Stephen Gallegos. Noah Gallegos is plus 90. Scott Ross Kelly plus 84. Larry Harper plus 66. Scott Sloan 47 over. At 44 over is Rick Schaefer. 43 is JJ. Corey Ledette is plus 36. Stephen Kurtz plus 33. That's who you see in front of me right now. He's going to add to that total. Zach Cook plus 25. Brian Mitchell 2 over. 1 under is Zach Sabatos Trujillo. Heath Schwartz is minus 2. And Mike Diaz is your unofficial cut number at minus 8. Felix Garcia, Steve Bodovinik, and Robbie Marion. What did Robbie end up with here? He ended up with 183, so he's going to drop some more pins. He was about 20 back. Then you have Zach Garcia, Greg Davies, Kevin Hartman, Scott Hubert, David Tolson, and Kevin Maloney. All have a shot still to get in. Doesn't matter what they do. Kurtz did finish at 223. So his qualifying day will finish at 56, plus 56 for him. So 5 and 6, 7th frame, the 7th game. Lanes are finishing. After we get done with this game, we'll step aside for a little bit so I can tally the scores. Get us ready for our semis. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, get into the 10th frame on 5 and 6. Robert McQuaid finishing up his 9th. Does take care of the spare. Brian Mitchell. Actually, it's Landon Osborne. Finishes 169. Adam Philp. He's finishing up. Robert McQuaid will be on 5. Isaac Rose will be on 6. McQuaid leaves just a 5-pin.
One of these fucking tournaments become really good when I can put a whole block together. I struggle when they're fresh, and then they open up, and I whack it. I whack it when they're fresh, and when they open up, I struggle.
Insightful words from Mr. JJ, otherwise known as John Johnson and John John. We just got several names. That's gross. Gets the first one in the 10th. As it gets a 6 count on his second ball. It's 1, 3, 6, 7. Hits 3. Out of 4 remaining, gets him to 219. So Isaac Rose 219. Goodness is finishing up our qualifying. This will cut to top 17 for 3 more games of semis to get us to our top 4 for our bracket finals. Strike there. Crossover for the second. One more for 165. $164. Finish up down here. Looks like a Brandon Knowles. Donnie Manette. Nathan Sabato Trujillo. All right, we'll watch them finish up the qualifying round, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the semis.
You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
Okay, somebody's getting ready to get started. The official cut from qualifying was minus 15. I will get a standing sheet here momentarily, but we do know the number was minus 15. So we can get them to the pairs. Get about, I think they're getting 5 to 7 minutes of practice. Then we're getting started with the semis. So hang tight, we're going to start soon. Okay, standings. After qualifying, your leader, Larry Harper, plus 130. Games of 196, 209, 156, 235, 267, 203, 264. Second was Nathan Sabato Trujillo, plus 116. Third, Rick Schaefer, plus 113. Fourth, Stephen Gallegos, plus 110. Noah Gallegos was just behind him at plus 109. Eric Phillips at 99 over is in sixth. Seventh is Scott Ross Kelly at 96 over. Isaac Hernandez ended up at plus 79 in eighth. Ninth, Brian Mitchell at plus 71. Stephen Kurtz, 56 over, gets him in 10th. 11th, Corey Ledette, plus 47. Zach Cook, plus 31. 13th, Scott Sloan, plus 15. John Johnson is in 14th at plus 12. Heath Schwartz, plus 11, is 15th. 16th, Steve Bodovinik, minus 3. And your cut at minus 15, Zach Sabatos Trujillo. So minus 15 was the number. Just outside the number was Kevin Hartman. He finished at minus 25. Mike Diaz, Robbie Marion, Felix Garcia, Isaac Rose, David Tolson, all just right there. The high game of game 7 was 269 by Brian Mitchell. That got him to plus 71. So again, once they get to their pairs, we'll get them set for practice. Have about 5 to 7 minutes of practice. Then we'll be getting started.
All right, gentlemen. Just to reiterate, you will be skipping 2 pairs to your left each game. To the right.
That was 2 pairs to the right. So we'll have 3 on a pair. Should go fairly quickly.
Alright guys, looks like everyone's down the lanes. We're going to go and turn on for 5 minutes of practice. I'll give no warning before the end of practice.
Looks like we have on your left screen Nathan Sabatos Trujillo, Heath Schwartz, Rick Schaefer. Right screen looks like we have Ross Kelly. Stephen Kurtz. There's JJ. There's Phillips. So we'll be back after practice.
At least, yeah.
Okay, got 1 minute left in practice. And then we'll be getting started with our semifinals. And there'll be 3 games, semis. We'll cut to the top 4. And if you're just joining us back, your leader for qualifying was one Larry Harper. It's 130 over. Second was Nathan Sabatos Trujillo. It was 116 over. We're at Holiday Lanes, Lakewood, Colorado. Third was Rick Schaefer. Fourth, Stephen Gallegos. Fifth, Noah Gallegos. Eric Phillips was sixth. Seventh was Scott Ross Kelly. Eighth, Isaac Hernandez. Brian Mitchell was ninth. Stephen Kurtz, 10th. Corey Ledette, 11th. 12th, Zach Cook. 13th, Scott Sloan. 14th, John Johnson. 15th, Heath Schwartz. 16th, Steve Bodavenick. And 17th. And your cut was Zach Sabato Trujillo. He was at minus 15. So the current cut for semis into, or for qualifying into semis was minus 15. All right, and we're underway for semis. The pattern today, they bowled on Bear. 2024 Bear is what the pattern was. 30 mils, 41 feet, 2.29 to 1 ratio. Nathan Sabato Trujillo, lane 11 there. Stephen Kurtz, you can see him to the right on the right screen. Takes care of his spare. Must have got cool in between, put a hoodie on. There's a missed spare by Nate's end. JJ comes up a little light there. So again, this is the first game of semis. There'll be 3 of those when we cut to the top 4. Here's Schaefer. Nice shot there. JJ catches the break there. See if JJ can follow that up after catching a break in the last frame. Does not. Stephen Kurtz. It's up on your extreme right there. He gets a strike. There's Nathan taking care of his spare. Nathan led most of the day until I do believe he started leading in the second or third game and led the Hawaii until the final game. Did have games of 228, 220, 267, 209, 204, 200, and 188. I don't believe anybody made it through the whole day without shooting a sub 200 game. So looking across the board, we had Schaefer, 205, 147, 211, 211, 233, 237, 269. Gallegos went 181, 217, 225, 248, 196, 234, 209. Noah had a game of 199. So he went 202, 222, 199, 221, 224, 224, 217. So Noah was the closest to being in the 200s for all 7 games. Phillips is up. Then take care of his spare. He had games today of 192, 236, 209, 227, 230, 236, and 169. That'll get you to 99 over. Here's JJ. Looks like he comes in high. He had games of 224, 213, 193, 209, 235, and then back-to-back 169s. Got him to plus 12. Again, pins will carry over. So the top 4 is where you're trying to get to. When we get to the top 4 to be match play, 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3 will bowl matches against each other. The winners of each of those matches will bowl for the championship. Colorado Scratch Classic Tour. I'd like to thank Storm for sponsoring, Bowlifi, thank Holiday Lanes for the venue. And Colorado Scratch Tour, Classic Tour is a brainchild of Rick Shaver and Russ Shaver, Mark Yates, a couple others. To make this go, it's been a successful year. Still have one more stop that they added in. This was going to be the last stop. They added another stop because of how great the demand they had. So there'll be one more stop next month at Arapahoe Lanes. It will be a doubles event. For their first year, this has been extremely awesome. All right, game 1 getting close to the end. We'll be looking forward to game 2 here in just a moment. Game 2 of semis. Starting. There's 3 games of semis. Then we'll cut to the top 4. Looks on your screen to your left, looks like you got Isaac Hernandez, Steven Kurtz. On the right, looks like I see Scott Sloan. JJ and Rick. Ross Kelly. That's on the screen to the left. Stephen Gallegos. Here's Ross Kelly there. And Stephen Gallegos is on your extreme right. Brian Mitchell just went. Now there's Rick Schaefer. Steven takes care of his spare. There's Mitchell. Comes up a little light there. Here's Kurtz. Comes in a little high. Good spare there by Mitchell. Hernandez. There's Scott Sloan. Ross Kelly converts his spare. JJ. Misses his spare. There's Isaac. It's going to be on the left side, or left screen. There's a 10 pin. Steve's on the right. He leaves a 7 pin. Isaac misses the spare there. Pin there for Stephen Kurtz. Great shot there by Schaefer. Pin there for Mitchell. And Schaefer. Sloan takes care of his spare. Along with Mitchell. Isaac with a nice strike there. Ross Kelly. Isaac. There you go, trip 4. There's JJ. Comes in a little short, can't trip it. After the first game of semis, Steven Gallegos shoots 219 to move himself into the lead. Isaac Hernandez, 234, is in second. Steven was 129 over. Isaac's 113 over. At 111 is Nathan Sabato Trujillo. He went 195 that game. Larry Harper 178. Dropped him to plus 108. He is now in a tie with Rick Schaefer. So they're both at 108 over. Behind them is Noah Gallegos at 96, plus 96. At plus 76, Eric Phillips. Scott Rothkelly is plus 75. Stephen Kurtz is plus 69. And Corey Ledette is plus 55. So the current cut is, to get to the top 4, is 108 over. The score shot during game 1 of semis. Zach Cook 223, Corey Ledette 208, Stephen Kurtz 213. Handful of 190s, so 187s, 177s. So nobody really went crazy, and nobody really went in reverse. But Larry Harper's dropped from 1st to 4th. Nathan has dropped from 2nd to 3rd. Rick Schaefer went from 3rd to 5th. Stephen Gallegos went from 4th to 1st. Noah's 5th, and he dropped to 6th. Isaac with the big move, he went from 8th to 2nd. Scott Sloan taking care of his spare. Isaac takes care of his spare as well. There's Isaac. Nice shot there. There's JJ. There's Steve Gallegos, your leader. And close to the end of game 2 of semis. Will be one game after this. We'll be back in just a moment. got Sloan out in the corner to the right. Stephen Kurtz with a nice strike there. And there's Mr. Hernandez. He gets another one. Sloan takes care of a spare. Isaac gets another one. Both Schaefer and Ross Kelly pick up their spares. JJ. Strike there. Sloan takes care of his spare. Steve looking to take care of his spare. Does do that. Here's Steve. Washes out. Stephen Kurtz to your left. Comes in a little short there, a little light. Rick Schaefer. Good spare there for Steven Gallegos and Mr. Kurtz. Schaefer looking to take care of his spare. Does do that. Well, it looks like game 2 is completed. Oh, looks like Sloan's still got to go. Sloan with an open there. Zach Cook. Looks like we'll be on our left screen for game 3 along with Noah Gallegos. Stu House is coming to the pairs. Noah starts off with a strike. Looks like we got Larry Harper on the right screen. We'll see who's joining him. Zach Sabato Trujillo. Looks like he's there. He's on the left screen. Steve Bodovinik. Looks like JJ's finishing up on that right screen of game 2. On the left screen, looks like we got Steven Gallegos, Scott Sloan, Noah and Zach Cook. We got Steve Bodovinik on the right screen, along with Larry Harper. Isaac Hernandez. And Mitchell. He's also on the right screen. He's up now. So we'll get some game 2 standings or semis as soon as we can get those. Get that to you. There he goes. Comes up a little short there. Larry Harper, your leader after qualifying. Looks like the bucket there. Here's Mr. Hernandez. So Isaac Brian Mitchell, Larry Harper, Steve Bodovinik. Zach Cook, Noah Gallegos, and Zach Zapato Trujillo are on a pair. And Steve Gallegos, and I forget who he's bowling with. Oh, Scott Sloan, I do believe. Noah converts his spare. Sloan did strike along with Bodovinik. This is game 3. Last game of semis. We'll cut to our top 4. Our cut after the first game of semis was +8 or +108. Let's see how it looks after game 2. I'll be back in just a moment.
Go to
And getting close to the end of the semis. We're in game 3. There's 3 games of semis. We'll go to our top 4. Bracket style finals. 1 versus 4. 2 versus 3. Winner will bowl. From each of those 2 matches will bowl for the title. Looks like we have Scott Sloan up on the left and Steve Bodovinik up on the right. Sloan comes in light, Steve high flush. Here's Isaac Hernandez. Looks like he leaves just a 4-pin. Scott looking to take his spare. Does get them all. Steve does not strike that time, leaves us a 7-pin. Isaac takes care of his 7-pin. Scott Sloan with the strike. Brian Mitchell with a nice shot there. Larry Harper. Looks like he leaves just a 10-pin. Finishing up. Here's Steve. Who's your leader after 1 game of semis? We haven't got an update on 2. Mitchell leaving a 7-pin. Steve with an open. And judged by some people putting their shoes on, looks like Zach Cook's day is over, as well as Noah Gygos. Looks like Isaac's still finishing up. We'll get scores to you as soon as we can. Okay, semis completed. We'll do some score tallying, and we'll be back in just a moment. Let you know who our top 4 are.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
2160. Number 3 seed, Eric Phillips, 2158. Number 4 seed, Isaac Hernandez, 2121. Fifth place, Stephen Kurtz, 2118. I got money for you up here if you're ready, boss. Number 6, sixth place, Ryan Mitchell, 2100. Number 7th place, Rick Schaefer, 2076. 8th place, Steve Gallegos, 2059. 9th place, Larry Harper, 2049. 10th place, Scott Ross Kelly, 2047. 11th place, Corey Ledet, 2031. 12th place, Zach Cook, 2019. 13th, Scott Sloan, 2008. 14th, Heath Schwartz, 1992. 15th, Zach Sabatos Trujillo, 1982. Steve Badavide, 1964. JJ, 1938.
Okay. Top 4 will consist of Noah Gallegos is your number 1 seed. Number 2 seed was Nathan Sabato Trujillo. Number 3 seed is Eric Phillips, and number 4 seed Isaac Hernandez. So make top 20 or make top 4. The number was plus 121. So first matches will feature Noah Gallegos and Isaac Hernandez, and Nathan Sabato Trujillo versus Eric Phillips. Isaac and Noah will be on 5 and 6, and Nathan and Eric will be on 1 and 2. Stephen Kurtz just missed. He missed by 3. 21 back is Ryan Mitchell. Rick Schaefer shot 2076. Schaefer did have 174 that last game. Noah, first 3 games of semis, 187, 258, 246. For Nathan, 195, 236, 213. Eric Phillips, 177, 277, 205. And Isaac shot 234, 195, 213. So while they get the lanes finished up, we'll be back in just a moment.
2, Isaac Hernandez. Lane 5, Nathan Zapatos Trujillo. Lane 6, Eric Phillips.
All right, so we've reached the match play portion of the tournament. Colonel Scratch Classic Tour. On 1 and 2, you're going to have your number 1 seed, Noah Gallegos, versus your number 4 seed, Isaac Hernandez. On 5 and 6, you're going to have your number 2 seed, Nathan Sabato Trujillo, versus number 3 seed, Eric Phillips. You're going to get about 5 minutes of practice, and we'll be getting started. Got about 2 to 3 minutes left of practice. The winner of each of these matches will face each other for the title. 1 minute left of practice before we begin. All right, looks like practice has come to an end. Getting started here in just a second.
All right, gentlemen, please hold on your practice. Reset your pace every time you come into position, and your color bars come up. You will be able to look for matches. The final match will take place on 3 and 4. Just remember, this is a one-game fighting. Be your opponent. Scores do not matter.
It's a 1-game match. Winner moves on to 3 and 4 from each. All right, looks like Noah's going to start. He's going to be on 1. And Eric is going to start for the Eric and Nathan Sabato Trujillo match. Eric will be on 5. So 1, 2, 4 for Noah. Okay, Noah does take care of his spare. Here's Phillips on 5. Phillips starts off with a strike. Here's Hernandez. He starts off with a strike. Nathan up on 6. Lose a 310. Isaac's looking for a double. So Isaac starts with a double. Noah, spare strike. Nathan's up on 5. Started off with an open. Hit that split. Does send a messenger for that one. So Nathan open strike. Noah comes up a little short again on lane 1. 1, 2, 4, 7 for him. Phillips starts off with a double. Now takes care of his spare. Here's Isaac up on 2. Looking to stay perfect. He comes up short, leaves a 1, 2, 4, 8. Yeah, Isaac does take care of his spare. Phillips. Start off with a double. There's his third shot. Sails that one to the right. Gets a 3 count. Isaac comes in a little high there and leaves 6-10. Phillips does convert the spare. So he just loses a little bit of count there. Isaac takes care of his spare. There's Noah. Mixes him up, leaves just a 2-pin. Nathan. He gets a strike. Noah converts to spare. So he's clean through 4. Right now, Noah's down by 5. There's Nathan. Nice shot. So after the open, Nathan has strike, strike, strike. So a turkey for him. Here's Noah. Leaves the bucket. 2, 4, 5, 8. Phillips looking to bounce back after that 3 spare. Gets that one to go high. 4, 10. Noah converts the spare. Phillips gets one. So he has an open in the fourth. He is sitting on 70. Here's Isaac Hernandez. He leaves a 4-pin. Here's Phillips. Strike there. And Isaac takes care of his spare. Here's Nathan. One got away from him. So nothing there. Here's Isaac, lane 1. He comes in a little high, leaves a 6-10. Nathan takes care of the spare, so he just loses a little count. Isaac takes care of his spare. So both him and Noah are clean. Here's Noah. Leaves a 4-pin. And Nathan with a strike there. Some nice bounce back for Nathan. Takes care of the spare. Then he strikes after that. Noah takes care of his spare. He is down by 7. Good shot there by Phillips. Noah with the strike there. So Noah strikes in the 7th. Phillips is bouncing back into the match. He's got a double, looking for a turkey here in the 7th frame. Does get that. Isaac strikes to keep his lead. Nathan. He gets him to go, so he strikes in the 7th. All forward players have struck in the 7th frame. Isaac looking for a double here. Comes in high. 3-6-10 for him. Nathan. There's a 10 pin there. Isaac does take care of his spare. There's Noah. Comes in, leaves a 7-10. Nathan misses a 10 pin. So Noah gets 1. So he has an open in the 8th, 142. Comes Phillips. It's going to be up on 6 here. Almost backdoors his way into a strike, leaves just a head pin. So the best Noah could do if he was to strike the rest of the way out would be 202. That would be his max score. He does strike in the 9th. All right, Phelps looking to take care of the pesky head pin, and he does. Isaac comes in high, 3-6-9-10. Here's Phillips, 9th frame. Comes in, leaves just a 7 pin. It's a big spare here for Isaac. Does get all of them. Isaac gets a double, he can shut Noah out. Here's Phillips, looking to take care of his 7 pin. Does do that. Isaac comes in high there. Leaves just a 6 pin. So he cannot shut Noah out. Here's Nathan. He leaves a 7-pin. Isaac does take care of a spare. Strike here will put him at 196. Nathan cleans up his spare. Isaac gets a strike there. So Isaac finishes at 196, which means Noah's going to have to strike on the first ball. Nathan comes in high there. Here's Noah. Gets a strike there. Nathan opens in the 10th, puts him at 182. So Phillips is going to win. He just needs to keep it on lane. He'll be facing, looks like Noah. Phillips gets 3 again. But that's enough. There's no. So Noah's just going to need to keep the ball in the lane, and he's advancing. We facing Phillips. Noah finishes, he strikes out, puts himself at 202. Isaac's 196, so Noah advances. Phillips finishes 190 to Nathan's 182. So we'll be back with the finals here in just a moment. Okay, we'll get 2 minutes of practice, it looks like.
Did Rory get his drive in?
Huh?
Did Rory get his drive in?
Did? Yeah. This is the second shot, I think. No, this was drive. This is it right now. Right now. It took that long. That was it.
I think it all evens.
On the same spot. When he went out, they went to commercial, and then they came back, and then he finally, the poor guy. I didn't have to say it's right.
Shot each night?
2 minutes, I believe.
2 minutes or 2 shots each night?
He said 2 minutes.
2 minutes or 2 shots?
2
I could
minutes.
get like 10 shots in.
Football. Football. We'll pull them. Yeah, when you both are getting 6 a lot, we'll stop.
Okay, look at their practice shots. Few balls left to practice. Actually, it might be the end of practice. Yep. All right.
All right, finalists, Noah versus Eric. You want to flip him?
Eric's going to go first.
All right, gentlemen, good ball in the day. Eric, you'll be on 3-1. You're stuck now. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Mr. Hernandez back in the building.
Yes, back in the building.
Took his bowling shoes off.
I did. Took the stuff to the car. We call it good.
There we go.
What do we got here? Noah versus Eric. Huh?
Yes.
Excellent.
So what'd you think of your match?
It was all right. I was telling Noah, I was like, I think we kind of broke him down not the intended way.
Uh-huh.
So, and I thought I'd have a little bit more hold down lane, especially where I was throwing it, especially with him throwing urethane. So, and then I was telling myself, it's like, well, that's not going to work, so you're going to have to start going left. So I just started going left boards at a time instead of 2 boards at a time. So
there you go.
it is what it is.
So Philip starts with a 4-7.
But, that's the game you play, and knowing that there's an OB if you're going away from the pocket.
Yep.
And I was very in tune with that, so I wasn't trying to get the ball to go past 9. But then when I finally got to where I struck, I was like, shit, I should have done that a long time ago.
Oh.
And that was 2 boards moves, so.
So Eric starts with an open. If you're going to open early.
Yes. But honestly, I kind of, as the match was going on, I was like, it's going to be the first person to double is probably going to win. So.
I thought, if you would have doubled in the 10th,
Yeah.
shut him out.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Here's Noah. Comes in high, 3-10. Baby split. So both players start with an 8. It doesn't matter if it's going to be 8-1 or 8 spare here.
Or 8-0.
Yeah, I'm going to assume he's going to get something there.
Yeah, I would too, but there's that slim chance.
There is. It is 2. Good spare.
Yeah, and I think my ball choice was a little too strong too, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Practice it looked okay, but once the lights come on, I'm like,
It was a big pickup that you made with the 3-6-9-10, though. That was.
Yeah. And I stood there for a couple extra seconds, and I was like, do I want to throw it straight or do I want to hook at it? And I decided I was going to hook at it, so.
You know what? There you go.
Yep. See, and the problem usually that some players have with the 3-6-9-10 is they leave the 9.
Yes.
My issue today was, or for that shot was, I don't have a problem getting the 9 if I hook at it. The problem is, does it hook too much?
And leave the 10.
Mm-hmm. Or leave the 9 the other way.
Oh, yeah. That's a problem, too. The 3-6-9-10 is easily, you can easily miss it.
Oh, yeah.
Good shot there for Phillips. So Phillips, the only problem I've seen with him, like when he was bowling Nathan, was occasionally a couple of them would get away from him.
Yeah.
Because he did 3 count twice in that match.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I did see, kind of seen that.
The second one was in the 10th. It was all you do is keep the ball in lane, and apparently he thought that just meant getting 3.
Well, mission accomplished.
That's true. See if he can double here. There you go. He sheets it. He's in good. He's in good position.
Definitely. I don't think we're gonna have a who can double first is gonna win this game.
You think it's gonna be a shootout?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, the hardest part about having a re-oil is understanding what the lanes are going to try to do. When there's only 2 players there versus 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
So, and honestly, the back ends were still a little more crisper than I thought they would be.
There's Noah. Uh-oh. That would be a 210.
I technically got third because I had the higher score.
So he went high last one. Made the adjustment come on light. Oh, went for it. Do you go for it there, or you just going for the 1?
Go for the 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still way early.
Yeah, the only time I'd really go for something like that is if I have absolutely nothing, and the only thing that's going to get me going is a spare, regardless of how or what it is. But yeah, always count because you never know.
Exactly. All right, here's Noah, 4th frame. Sends a messenger across. Nice.
Yeah, Noah's girlfriend was sitting over there, and she's like, "Oh, it's so nerve-wracking, this and that." I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "I didn't know how to react." I was like, "This is the best part of bowling right there."
Here's Phillips.
Let's see if we can start pulling away here.
Yeah, he's got Noah gave him a break.
Yeah. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Oof.
Flat 10.
Flat 10.
Yep.
Not the end of the world, but he's got to make it. You don't want to give it back.
No, definitely not. Looks pretty good. Yep.
Okay. Takes care of the spare.
Why do you keep...
It just keeps come over nudging.
Sometimes with this guy, I forget I'm on the air, so...
All right, Phillips. Start up with an opened and a double and spare. Oh, there's a washout. 1, 2, 4, 10. Makeable.
Yep. As Lucia would say, everything is makeable.
That's true.
Speaking of, where's she at today?
She pulled Mile High.
Oh, how'd she do?
I don't know. Didn't hear.
Okay. Send her a thumbs up. Great talk.
I'm going to assume she didn't win because I didn't hear anything.
Right. Maybe.
Oof. All right, so he opens in the 5th. Puts him at 83.
Noah can get within 7 if he doubles and then throws 3 in a row.
See if he can finally get this lane figured out. 2 splits on 2 shots on his lane. Comes in high there.
Oh, give it right back. Nope. Did he?
Yep.
Oh,
410.
man.
Another 8 count for him on that lane.
Yeah. So I wasn't here for their practice shots. How did Noah stay outside?
Yeah.
And then Eric
He stayed
was
on
inside?
gutter. Yeah.
Okay.
And Noah's using
It's a tank.
a pair of tanks, and Phillips was using Pearl.
That's an ebonite ball. I don't remember which one.
So I was just a scout to see what it was going to do. So Eric fit 83 in the fifth, Noah 72. So plus 11 to Eric. He has not missed on 3. Until there.
My goodness. I mean, he had such a good look that first game, and for me, this is heartbreaking to watch because we know why. Let's put it that way. Because if this would have happened with me, of course, I'd probably be bowling for a title again. But yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. So back-to-back opens for Noah. Puts him at 80 in the 6th.
Right now, maybe not.
All right, Phillips. He's been given opportunity after opportunity here.
Yeah, let's see if he can capitalize on this one.
Nope.
Give it right back.
210.
Yep. Okay.
This is getting
Interesting.
very. You did say it might be the person who can double first. I mean, Eric did double earlier, but then
Well,
it
yeah, I didn't think
came
it
off the rails here.
I didn't think it would start ending up like this, but so the first double wins. Is that what we're saying?
Maybe the next person who strikes.
I think that's where we're down to now.
This is crazy.
All right, gets his one. Good play.
Okay. So 91 or 92, sorry, for Eric.
So he now has a
It's
12-pin lead.
lead.
And increase that lead by 1.
There you go.
What a tool.
7th frame, Eric. So he's got back-to-back opens.
Yeah.
He's got a chance.
Okay,
There you go.
There you go. So Noah went and got a new piece as well too. So that tells me he's going left regardless.
Yeah. There's no way he's staying on the gutter.
No. Not for the yeah. Not after that
Mr.
first
Delaney
half.
back in the house. He went home and took a nap and came back.
Well,
Yeah, he's going left.
yeah. Yeah, you're standing right in my way, Stevie. I get one good view and you almost took it from me. That's pretty good.
Nope.
Again?
That broke loose.
Wow.
410.
Wow.
The problem is you can't force it to the right.
No, only because I think if they would have broke them down like me and Noah did our game, you probably could, because that's where I was very cautious, trying not to get the ball to go past 9, 8 at the most. But also remembering the lanes were still pretty crisp, so. And the back end was good, and I think my ball choice was wrong too. So I was throwing a S2 with a little bit of surface.
So Noah's got 3 opens in a row. Here's the 8th frame. That comes in high, crosses over, but he does
Goes for
strike.
Brooklyn, yeah, and I didn't mean to throw those 2 Brooklyns on him. I told him, sorry, it's not what I was trying to do. Because that was weird.
She's like, good job.
Yeah. So let's see here. Noah can go.
30, 60, 90 be 179.
Yep.
It's a big shot right here.
Looks good.
Yep, got it.
Nice.
So Eric doubles there.
Yeah, I think if he gets this next one, it's pretty much a done deal.
Unless he decides 3 count again.
Stop.
Yeah. That's all his problem. He
just
may
lets
leak
it
one
go.
out, yeah. But you're right. If he strikes here, I think he's going to feel really good about himself.
Yeah.
Took a real deep breath there. He's no. He made sure he didn't get it to the right.
Yeah.
So 4, 6, 7.
It's hard to see his projection from here.
That's what he did not want right there.
Yeah.
Something that's makeable.
Because Noah can strike out for, what do we
79?
say, 79? And
So
if
get
he-
2 here, puts a 4, 70, what is that?
50.
That'd be 70, 147 and 77. So he can't shut Noah out.
No. And Noah can step up and throw the next 3.
And get him.
Pretty much 3 and 8, 3 and 9.
Is a winner.
Yep. But it starts with this shot here.
Yes. See if he's got something on his lane. He hasn't. He's 8 counted every time he's been on that lane.
In the worst way.
Yeah.
That's a 9.
And he's a 9 pin.
All right.
But the good news is that's better than the 8 counts he was getting. Does take care of the spare. So 59 is the best you can shoot now, which would force Eric to mark.
Yeah, Eric would need a mark. But he's got to fill the 10th.
Yes.
Only pins in this shot.
Nope. 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 Yeah, ball picked up way too quick. So
Eric don't even have to step up. He can go gutter and he's a winner.
yes. All right, Eric Phillips, your champion for Colorado Scratch Classic Tour April edition.
We have not had a 2-time yet, have we?
We have not.
No. Today was my first chance. It was Noah's chance.
And you had doubles coming up. So if you 2 pair up, then you both can win your second one together.
That doesn't count.
It does count.
That doesn't count.
No, because there's been people who won PBA titles as a doubles, and so it counts.
Yeah, I know it counts, but it doesn't count.
It's just not the same.
Exactly.
Congratulations, Eric.
Yeah.
Noah Boldwell just ran into a pair that just didn't give him anything,
No, I don't think.
especially lane 4.
Yeah, I think that pair is funky. I think this was the first time we've re-oiled, hasn't it been,
For
for this tournament series?
No, they re-oil every time for the finals.
Have they? How come I don't remember that?
I don't know. You got a bad memory. You're old.
We didn't re-oil when I won mine in Loveland.
Are you sure?
No.
So they re-oiled last time. I know that for sure.
Over at Highland?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
No wonder you won.
Well, yeah, I had the lane figured out.
It became a house shot. Just throw it to the right.
Well, sort of.
Exactly. All right.
All right.
Fun times.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Mr.
Yes.
Eric. Yep. 850 singles
Going
into the bank account.
Exactly.
Plus whatever he got in side pots. So
it's always a good day. Absolutely.
Yeah, I bowled with Eric all day today. So I mean, he threw the ball well. There for a while, there was a couple games where he threw like 8 in a row. And it's
Awesome.
like, wow, nice. So
there you go.
That was awesome.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you, third place.
Thank you.
Not
Appreciate
a slouch. No slouch there.
That is true.
We will see. Actually, our next telecast will be the Junior Masters in 2 weeks.
Where at?
Crown.
Okay. I think I'll be in Highland bowling the Swiss.
Yes,
They're in
probably.
The Swiss, yeah. I actually get on the team this year. So.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Put it at the same time as Swiss because juniors can't bowl the Swiss, so then there you go.
Makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
But that also depends on what parents bowl the Swiss, too.
True.
But I think we're safe.
Yeah, I think you're going to be safe.
Yeah. So.
Yes. So, anyway. Or you just make somebody else's parents take your kids out there.
Yeah, pretty much. Or just take the car by. But I'm 7. And don't wreck it.
Exactly. Just bring it back. All right. We'll see you. Thanks to everybody for watching today. And, again, we'll be back in
2 weeks. Thank you much. Have a good night.
Neo Prism live streaming.